put Maria, Caesar, and then Andrew.
How about the other board members?
I think you're muted. There. How's DC? Lucky.
I'm sorry?
Is it fun?
Yeah, today's our last day. Well, yeah, last day of the season. We had the end of year tournament, so the end of season tournament. Yeah. It goes 3 months. It's just 3 months. So.
Oh heck
Fast.
no. Uber.
Yeah, it's almost done. So I tell the kids, I'm like, there's really 3 years of high school. This year it doesn't matter. You either did or you didn't. Whatever you're gonna do by end of junior year. So I'm like, if you're gonna mess up any year, ain't your first year, it's your fourth year.
So three minutes. But just a reminder, I didn't get to send you guys a text. We do have 2 on East Coast time. So let's be as efficient
Can we
as
get you guys here
possible
permanently?
because they have class tomorrow.
Sorry.
Daniel's the one with the 35-page presentation, not me.
36.
Daniel, pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, we need to be as efficient as possible, especially in regular meetings.
We're gonna tell Marvin we got 2 minutes before we start.
I zoomed over here.
Your guys' mics on?
With Diana appointment in Monterey, and he was late because of the traffic. There's so much traffic.
Kidding. Oh well, I guess I don't need it.
What?
Oh, I left my laptop.
Oh, if you want to share my, well, I don't
On the
really.
table. It's okay. I guess I don't need it.
She needs to so we can take the attendance. She needs to log into the regular board meeting.
So this is closed session. So log out and then log into regular session. Okay, bye.
I brought this and I forgot that. I was charging it.
See, it came right on time. I knew I was gonna like something.
We should have told her
Okay,
to
we
tell
got a minute.
Jose to do the same thing.
How's it going?
And
How's it going?
You're good.
Good. Oh, long time no see.
Okay.
Let me know when they're logged in, Monica.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for them to chime in.
Graduated to a full bottle of water. The first 2 meetings, I got a half bottle of water.
Ordered by mistake. But I still don't see that. And I did bring
Do I have to say all of this as well? We're just going to order.
There's nobody here anyways. I mean, I know it is being publicized, but we can still go. So I gave you this one so you can read the
Oh,
narrative of
okay.
the report.
Yeah.
on that one.
Are
And
you
then
sure?
we'll talk about the
that
second
presentation, one of the open meetings, one of the 5.
It's
Hey,
pretty
right?
much,
Yeah.
and this one talks about,
Except usually the board president.
I could have given the presentation that they had yesterday. I was like, I was honest. Oh, I don't have any questions. I already know it's a crock.
hold on.
Okay, and he sent, good, he sent. the
Here,
PowerPoint.
they gave you
Yeah, that's what we signed up for.
the routine. We're waiting on Jose. I don't know if you want to already start. We do have to.
We're gonna start.
Okay,
I don't think
hold
so.
on.
I don't think that. Well, I hope.
I can't hear anybody.
Over there. They're good. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Gonzales Unified School District regular board meeting for Tuesday, April 26th, 2022. Go ahead and move on to roll call. Monica, if you could do roll call.
Board President Celeste Daniel,
Present.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Present.
Board Member Jose Lopez. Board Member Maria Cuevas.
Present.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Present.
And I would like to identify that two board members are participating virtually. Jose is not on just yet, but, oh, I see him on there. I'm gonna go ahead and he's showing his hand as present. So they are gonna be participating virtually. Jose, can you hear me and do you have an agenda?
You guys cannot, we can't hear you guys.
I'm here.
Oh, I can hear.
Unable to start video. It says I cannot do the video.
So you can't hear us?
I can hear you, but you cannot.
You can hear me because you're listening to the laptop itself.
Correct. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but through the laptop again. Let me go ahead and mute my laptop. If we can't hear ourselves, let's go ahead and chat. Because I'm gonna go ahead and mute my laptop to make sure that it's not through my laptop. Okay.
I
say
can hear
something.
you, but I don't think you can see me. I don't know why, but
Can you guys?
doesn't let
open
me
it up
start the
over there?
video.
See, we're listening to them on their laptop now.
Can't start video. Says you can't start video because the host has stopped it. Okay.
Okay, since we were able to dialogue with both of them and they were able to hear us, we're able to have that communication.
Moving on to item 3, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as submitted?
So moved. Second by Jose Lopez.
So it was moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item number 4, closed session items. Item 4.1, Government Code, Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency representative, board president, unrepresented employee, superintendent. 4.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, the California Government Code, 1 potential case pursuant to the California Voting Rights Act. 4.3, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code section 54957. Moving on to item 5, public comments on closed session items to allow the public comment prior to the board's consideration of any closed session agenda items, Government Code 54954.3. I don't believe we have any public comment on closed session.
No public comment on closed session items.
Moving on to item 6, adjourn to closed session. We will see you in a little bit. I can get the
If
remaining.
both of the
board-
boards can actually close this one and open up your closed session. Thank you.
Are your guys' mics on? Oh,
So you need to go into the other one, Araceli.
we gotta go click on the closed session.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why she was trying to get it, but I didn't. So want to text her and tell her to try again?
You guys are heading over there.
Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
To next door.
The other, okay, let's go.
Sorry.
They switched to me since I started talking on the mic. I just think they're too far from the mics. Here, try one of the mics.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought you wanted to see this.
Oh, no.
Test, test.
We're not getting to really talk into the mics like this.
We have to talk like this.
Okay, guys.
Do this.
Yes.
Do this.
See you guys at 7. Do you want me to talk a little bit closer? Do you want me to go ahead and talk like this, like a regular board member would? They'd probably be up to here instead of having to actually close up. So. Really? But can you hear me right now? I mean, right here?
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
if you're
cool.
talking like this, it won't pick it up. You have to be talking like this.
Okay, that's what we'll have to tell them. Uh-huh. Oh, now they feel like, okay. Is there covers that I can buy? Like right here? So that way they can really get close up and not feel bad that they're getting too close to this sturdy mic here. Replaceable, disposable things. Oh, yeah.
Testing, testing,
Testing, testing.
testing, testing. It's only at 50 though, and that's why I can hear it. Testing, testing. Yeah. See, but it's out here and you can barely. I think you just have to make us. Oh no, it's already live on YouTube.
Promote to panelists.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's technology department. It's not,
I'm in there now as a panelist.
oh, yeah. So right now, when we saw Araceli up there, they were not able to be seen before because they were just there as panelists and they were only able to speak. So I made the two co-hosts and they were able to actually do the visual. Yeah, as co-hosts. So there's something on our end that we need to check off. Because people want to be live and with video up there. It was him, yeah. Because I couldn't show him co-host either. I did not make him co-host. And the other lady did, and that's why we were able to see her. No. So if I make Jose and Araceli co-host, can I make multiple co-hosts?
I think so.
Because they're still gonna have to be videoed. And then we've got two more people that are gonna be chiming in during the demographics, the demographers presentation.
We could try it if you want to add the board meeting one as a co-host and then add me as a co-host.
Oh, as Andrew?
But right now, the board meeting one can't show video because
Yeah, because it's on pause. Yeah. Yeah, they'll send you over there. what would you be able to see if I clicked on, change role of attendee? What does that do? I'm gonna click it on yours?
Yeah.
What happens when I? Oh, oh, cool. Then there you go. Oh, okay, so that just turned you back to an attendee.
Okay.
Let me put you back. So I guess the big key here is to make sure that I click on co-host and not host, because then I will not have any kind of rights. Yeah. So if I pin Andrew, what does that do? Let me pin you, Andrew. I'm gonna pin you. Oh, that just probably keeps you, but that just keeps him on here as just him. And it won't allow anybody speaking. So if I unpin you,
Yeah, then it.
and then allows anybody else. Okay, got it.
Try to watch the video. Huh? Try to watch the video. The video camera on the, just go over it and then it should pop up on the corner.
I can click on start video.
Yeah, start.
Yay. So we do have to make them co-host. Yep. And then I'll just take them off as co-hosts as soon as they're done. Okay. Do you want me to send you over there or do you want me to keep you there? I don't know.
You can just move me.
Why?
Testing, testing,
See, so my laptop's gonna be what they could hear at home,
testing, testing.
and that's only half the. So I think it's just they need to talk amongst it, like,
Testing, testing.
it's just kind of far away and it's turned up all the way there.
But I don't think they're gonna be listening to it though on their laptop. We shouldn't be listening to it on
No,
our laptop.
but they're gonna have to just know, like, even though they can't hear themselves with the
Oh,
microphone.
yeah. I'm gonna put a big old paper right here. Speak to me. Right here.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
So they're just gonna have to talk loud enough where they could hear themselves kind of out of the
That
speaker.
over there. Okay.
And
that's
if they
gonna be
hear
key.
themselves out of that, then they should be good.
Have like an hour and 15 minutes. We come back at 7. Yeah, but I think it was because yeah, I did change it. Because I was like right here asking him. Yeah. Yeah. When recording. Oh yeah, I think I remember her saying that.
Test.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, they're not back yet, I think.
How come they're, can you see my picture on there? Araceli?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, I did. I was in PG, so I didn't get to call you back, but we'll follow up tomorrow. Is that okay?
I can't hear them. Can you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can't hear the rest of the board.
I hear somebody. Hello, Monica?
I have a meeting today. And I went from school straight to the meeting.
I got in Sunday like late after.
Mhm. I think I should be fine.
Where is that on the agenda? Do we want to move it up?
12.1.
If we move it up, then we're,
I think that it should be fairly quick, the rest.
Yep.
We're gonna move along really quickly, guys. You mind?
I've got this again going on.
Hold on, give me a second. Okay, we're gonna start the meeting.
Beautiful. Beautiful lady. You ready to go? We're gonna go ahead and reconvene to open session. 7.1, action taken. There was no action taken in closed session. I want to welcome all of our guests and administrators in attendance. We're gonna go ahead and move on to item 8, our flag salute. Ms. Cuevas, will you lead us in our flag salute first?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
For the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are your guys' mics on?
On to item 9, public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Education Code 35145.5. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public comment on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. And for those in attendance, we do have translator present. Any public comments?
I believe the lady in the back room is completing a form for public comment. Is it public comment or an item on the agenda?
We can't hear anything.
We're just waiting on public comment.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you when you're speak into the mic.
Okay,
So maybe if everybody can do that.
you got it. So for those that are in attendance, we have our other two trustees that are joining us from Washington DC. They're at our CSBA National Conference, so they're 3 hours ahead. Yeah.
If I was home, it would be my bedtime right now.
Okay. Okay. Okay, seeing as there's no public comments, we're gonna go ahead and move on to communications. Item 10, so 10.1, Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA report. And from my understanding, we have a report emailed in by Ms. Ayala.
Yes, so this is Miss Ayala's GTA report or update. The GTA e-board met with Daniel from McPherson and Jacobson. GTA created a survey for its members, and we are able to provide feedback as to what characteristics and educational philosophy we would like to see in the next superintendent. We want to thank Daniel for taking time to meet with us and ensuring all our feedback was captured. Also, GTA will begin accepting nominations for the 22-23 e-board tomorrow during their full membership meeting. Nominations will close in May, and then the voting process will begin to select our new e-board. That's it for now. Sita says thank you, and that's it.
Thank you for reading that. Moving on to item 10.2, Gonzales Youth Commissioners Report. Do we have somebody from GYC?
I do not see anybody online.
Okay, moving on to 10.3, our student board member report. And Mr. Castillo, do you have a report for us today?
Not much to report, but for the people in the audience and everyone watching it from home, we are testing. There are tests in progress. For the lower classmen, we're having a block schedule this week, and next week we plan on doing a teacher appreciation week to appreciate the teachers and the staff in this district.
Does that complete your report? Andrew?
That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 10.4, La Gloria Elementary School report, and I believe Mr. Demick is here.
Good evening, school board, superintendent, happy to be here. So a few things are happening or happen. Our PTA sponsored an amazing BMX assembly for our students, first assembly in 2 years after COVID. So it was amazing. 900 kids cheering on these professional riders doing flips and backflips. But they talked about being resilient to your dreams, following through, hard work, and safety, of course, too. So that was right before spring break. And currently our PTA is working on our 5th grade promotion celebration, and we're scheduling that at the multi-use gym at Fairview. And we also have some tours of our kiddos going up to the school, our 5th graders going and visiting Fairview as well. So that's coming up, which is exciting. And this week we are celebrating our administrative professional week. So a big shout out to our office folks of Yvette and Irene and Odyssey for the many hats that they wear in serving our staff and students. And speaking about awards, we also have some other staff members who've been awarded recognition by MCOE. And we have a dinner coming up May 3rd, dinner reception for these folks. And we have being recognized under our classified staff, health and student services, Yvette Jimenez, and security services, Adrian Escobedo, and teacher of the year, Rebecca Cox. So I just want to give them a congratulations to those folks. And finally, we're gearing up for state testing, like Andrew said, and our teachers and students are looking forward to showing what they know. And we look forward to picking up where we left off before COVID and set some more achievement records in reading, writing, math, and science. So that's our report.
Thank you, Mr. Demick. Any questions, Andrew?
No further questions. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demick. At 10.5, Fairview Middle School report.
Good evening, buenas tardes, Superintendente, board members, and community at home. Thank you for being here. Miguel Malagon, Principal of Fairview Middle School, and I have a report for our school. We have on this 27, we will have our PTCA meeting. So our PTCA continues to grow and continues working on activities for the school, for the students. This 28, we will have PBIS training for our teachers. We are going to continue working with PBIS to make sure that our learning environment continues to improve. So that is another refresher for PBIS coming up for us. For everybody at home, I'd like to make the announcement that this Friday the 29th, we will have the panoramic picture for our 8th grade class. And it is very important that students whose last name begins with A, B, and C wear a white top. The rest of you guys need to wear a black top for the picture. So make sure that you got that right. I also would like to give kudos to my office staff. I have a wonderful staff at Fairview Middle School. They are my right, left, and brain, and at the same time. So without them, the school cannot function. So thank you very much for all your support. In addition to that, I'd like to report that today we started a new initiative at Fairview Middle School with total educational support and coaching cycles for math. So we're specifically focusing the instructions, first teaching and math. So that happened today. Today was our first, yesterday was the first day. And we are looking forward to support our teachers with the instructional activities. We also are getting ready for the SBAC. We're going to start in the week of May 2nd. We start with language from the 2nd to the 6th, continuing with math with the 9th to the 13th, science 16th to the 20th, and makeups 23rd to the 27th. And finally, I would like to give shout outs to the sports, the girls soccer team, the track and field, softball, quad, and wrestling. They're all doing great, and we are very proud of them. So that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malagon. Questions? Andrew?
No questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Malo.
Moving on to item 10.6, Gonzales High School report.
Right. Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, and community at large, and everyone online. So I am Mr. Ocampo, assistant principal at Gonzales High School, the illustrious and lovely place that I call home. So I want to start off with a couple of exciting things that are going on. The first one is we just completed our, in terms of PBIS, we completed our baked potato event. Which meant that students who had a GPA of 3.2 or higher were invited to come to the cafeteria and enjoy a baked potato with all the fixings. And so that was great. We had about 290 students turn out during that time. So that was a great event. We also did our ice cream challenge, which was about 205 students who had no period tardies or unexcused absences. We also had an ice cream challenge party for them. So I want to thank our students for showing up each and every day, doing the work, getting those GPAs up, having good, perfect attendance, and really just congratulate them for the hard work. And also thank Ms. Sita Ayala because she helped coordinate those two events. We have a signing day or decision day this Thursday, 11 to 12:30. We're going to be calling our students and inviting them to come down to the quad area. Our counselors are going to set up a table for them to, it's basically a commitment day for the universities that they're attending, the 4-year institutions, our 2-year institutions, our junior colleges, vocational schools, military, and so forth. So that's exciting for our students just to come and celebrate them, celebrate, their post-secondary options once they leave Gonzales. So I just want to thank our counselors for putting that together, Ms. Murataya and Ms. Juanita Zuniga. So look out for that Thursday at 11 o'clock. Teacher of the Year Awards. We have the privilege here at Gonzales High School to call two of our teachers, not just candidates, but recipients of the Teacher of the Year Award. They're going to be celebrated at MCOE. I believe there's going to be a dinner. One of them is Karen Saratelli. She's our culinary teacher. And the other is Miss Maria Gonzales. She's one of our SPED teachers and our SPED department chair. So congratulations, very well deserved, to very hardworking teachers. In terms of state testing, we have SBAC that has started. We are beginning with ELA. So our English Language Arts is testing this week. As Andrew stated, we are moving on a block schedule for the next 3 weeks. So ELA is this week, mathematics will start May 2nd, and then science will end on May 9th. And the following week, we'll have makeups for any students who were not able to complete their assessments. We also have, I want to thank Miss Angela Present on that, because she's taking the lead for SBAC testing, making sure our teachers have what they need and our students are prepared. So thank you to Ms. Perez, and thank you to our teachers, Ms. Sakaitos and ELA, Mr. Sanchez, who have begun SBAC testing. We're also going to be AP testing. Our advanced placement testing starts next week, so a little bit of an overlap. It's just the way that this year was, the dates have kind of rolled out. But our English language, our lit class will AP test May 4th at 8 a.m. in the American Legion Hall. Our U.S. history will test on May 6th, and then our Spanish on May 11th. So want to get our AP students ready to go for AP testing next week. And then I'll end with sports. We have quite a few events going on in terms of sports. I'm just going to find a picture here. All right. We have this Thursday, softball. Our ladies play Alsal at away. Our varsity at Stevenson. JV, actually JV's at Stevenson, sorry, 4 p.m. Boys, sorry, I'm reading too fast. Boys baseball varsity at Stevenson, 4 p.m. And our JV again against Stevenson. Our boys tennis PCAL, there's individual tournaments at 4 p.m. in Hollister. Track and field division trials, JV championship, 1:30 p.m. Pacific Grove High School, and that's also going to be our senior night. And then Thursday, April 28th, we have our ladies softball against Soledad at 4:30, and then our JV and varsity against Stevenson. And then Friday, April 29th, we end with track and field PCAL Cypress Championships at 3:30 at Gilroy High School. So I just want to thank Ms. Daniels as our athletic director, for taking the lead and doing a great job this year. And you know, she does a good job of sending out those notifications on early Monday morning of the events that are going on. So thank you for that. Before I hand it over to Ms. Lester, because she's got a great item she wants to talk about, are there any questions from the board?
No questions.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
So my world history class, with my prodding, has taken on raising money for the Ukraine effort. The money raised will go to the World Central Kitchen. And so far we've raised $420 with just spare change that people have donated. So I'll put this here. Also, as I strip, selling t-shirts. And we have the public and also purchase. They've been sent out to every district employee. This is what it looks like. Mr. Velasquez.
Where could we buy them?
Creating this for us. And my goal is by the end of May to hopefully raise $2,000 and then send it off. So my students are not only donating, but they are counting the money. And then I just bought coin tubes so we can actually prepare it to take to the bank and get a money or a cashier's check and then send it off to the World Central Kitchen. But my goal was not only to let them become involved in world affairs, but to realize that there's a difference between a need and a want. And once you take care of your needs, you can donate part of your want Starbucks money, which I do every day. And that to realize that it's important to take care of the world and repair the world when you see something wrong. So hopefully some of that will rub off on my students. They seem very interested into how much we've collected, and I have a big thermometer on my door, and we mark it off every week as to how much more we've earned. And my whole room is done in blue and yellow, and I normally have blue leggings. I bought shoes to match, and I have a bunch of yellow shirts, which I've never owned before. So I have dived into this quite seriously, and I'm hoping it'll spark them to realize that if you work collectively, you can do a lot, even though you personally only have a few pennies, but a few pennies from everybody takes care of a whole lot. So that's my goal.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lesser.
Can we buy the shirts online?
Miss Lesser.
Ms. Lesser, Ms. Flores asked if they're available online, if the ordering is available online.
Well, no, because I'm not sure, because I'm collecting cash.
Yeah.
I really can't, I'm not a charity, so I didn't know how to do that. So, but you can, I guess I can put the form on the website and they can download and bring their cash in. The
Okay.
shirts are $14. Good
I love
prices,
them.
and we'll
Thank you
earn
so
about
much.
$5 per shirt. So, any other questions?
Do you have a goal as to how much money you want to raise?
I would like $2,000,
2,000, thank you.
hopefully.
Ms. Lesser, I just want to say thank you. Andrew, would you like? Okay. I would just want to thank you. I think this is a wonderful. Not only is it a heartfelt cause, but you really do what we want our teachers to do, which is to take world events and make them applicable to our kids. I'm speechless. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You make me cry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Lesser. Again, I'm going to echo Caesar's comments to bring this to our children. They see the news and you brought it into the classroom. So thank you for all that you're doing to make this our kids, aware of what's going on outside of Gonzales.
My students had to go to every first period of class and present to their fellow students about the project. They painted the boxes. We painted 50 of those, and every classroom has a box. And then on Thursdays, we go around and collect the money, and then we count the money, then we double count it and triple count it because we keep getting different amounts. And they had, so it's public speaking, as well as my students produced a film. And they had it was shown in every class, which is another skill that they learned. So
Thank you. Thank you so much. So for those of you that are at home, if you want to help Ms. Lesser students, you can get a hold of the GHS office and they will direct you to her. Thank you. 10.7, our superintendent's report.
Thank you. I want to expand on something the principals mentioned, which is the annual MCOE event where they sponsor a program to recognize outstanding educators, both classified and certificated from across the county. And the way they do that is they reach out to each district and invite nominees in 8 different classifications for classified employees and 4 for certificated. And so districts can participate. I really don't know whether every district participates, but Gonzales happily does. And so Gonzales has submitted nominations for those in each category. And I want to read the names because I think it's important that you know who these people are. Some of them were mentioned, but some have not been. And I'll also say that what happens next is they're all nominees are invited to a dinner, and that'll take place next Tuesday, May 3rd. It's at Embassy Suites. The folks at the county office have the difficult task of selecting, I'll call it a winner. But there's probably a better term, but they select one person in each category. What I will say is, regardless of whether any Gonzales nominees are selected, I think the true honor is being recognized by your peers, and that's what has happened here.
Speak closer to the mic. They can't hear.
Closer? Okay, there we go. Thank you. Just throw something at me. What has happened here is fellow teachers, fellow classified members have been allowed to nominate. And so I think it's a high honor, whether or not they're ultimately recognized as, quote, the winner of all the, a cherry on top of a really important prize, which is being seen by those who know your work on a day-by-day basis that you're outstanding. So let me read these names to you. For classified employees in clerical and administrative services, Carmina Gallegos from Fairview. In custodial maintenance, Jose Diaz from high school, Gonzales High. Food and nutrition, Adela Garcia from La Gloria. The paraprofessional, Monica Andrade from Fairview. Health and Student Services, Yvette Jimenez from La Gloria. Security Services, Adrian Escobedo, again from La Gloria. Technical Services, Andrew Gutierrez from the DO. Transportation Services, a fan club out there. Transportation Services, Albert Villa from MOT. Then for the teachers at the elementary level, Rebecca Cox, who teaches second grade. Middle school, Paul Dietrich, who teaches computer science. At the high school, Karen Seratelli, culinary arts teacher. And then in special education, Maria Gonzales at Gonzales High. Maybe a round of applause for all these people.
Technology.
Ah,
That's our Andrew over there.
stand up. Then another thing I want to make you aware of is tomorrow is National Administrative Professionals Day, and the district will be celebrating our administrative professionals from across the district. They do essential work that really make any time that we shine, it's because of the work they've done. And I happen to have one of them seated right next to me to my right, and perhaps you want to say thank you to her. She makes the board look good. She makes the district look good. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Monica.
And then next week, May 3rd on Tuesday is Day of the Teacher. And I'm going to admit in the transition to my role here, I dropped the ball. Normally we will be celebrating our teachers on May 3rd, but normally I would have brought a resolution to the board tonight to honor them. We will do that at May 10th. It'll be a retroactive resolution. And then classified employees, it's a week of the classified, and that's coming up May 15th to 22nd. And we will honor classified employees across the district at time. May 10th, we'll also bring a resolution honoring them. And then finally, I want to make one more mention. I'm sorry for going so long, but these shout outs are important. I want to mention that both Celeste and I received notification from Colleen Stanley, CBO at MCOE, that the district's second interim report, which was sent to them, they concur that we're solvent, that we have a positive certification. So I want to thank James for the completion of the report and timely submission. So that's it. Sorry for the length of it.
Thank you. Any questions, Andrew?
Thank you.
Is there a question?
Again, I want to congratulate all the nominees. Ms. Gonzalez, I have a special, she was my teacher when I came here and was in ELD or ESL, that was a long time ago. And she's still here. I love it. And obviously, she's like, I was gonna say fine wine, but maybe I shouldn't say that. Anyway, better with age, obviously, and it shows. So that's all I'd like to say, but congratulations to everybody else.
I echo that. Congratulations to all the nominees. all employees in the district are amazing, but, you know, these guys just stood out. And congratulations. Thank you for your report.
So again, thank you to all of our nominees. That's how many dedicated employees, just a smidgen of what we have here. I can attest to having worked with a lot of these individuals, so I'm very lucky that I can definitely tell why they have all been nominated. So kudos to everybody who was nominated. And I know our tech department, Andrew's here, so I'm going to rub off on it. There's a lot that goes into these meetings. Yes, we do have some technical difficulties from time to time, but our T department is the best. So thank you for Andrew for being a part of that and being here. And I will say, we do have the best administrative assistant. So
Aw.
thank you, Monica, for
Yes.
everything that you do and you continue to do for all of us and helping my specific sanity. So thank you
You're welcome.
for everything.
Welcome. Do the board members up there want to?
Anything from Araceli Jose? Did you?
I just want to say, yes, Monica's amazing. I'm always impressed on how organized she is. I don't know how she does it, but she's completely skilled and we are very blessed to have her. So, and if you guys can speak into your mics, because you guys are like whispering. Thank you.
And again, just congratulations to all the nominees. And of course, Monica, muchas gracias for everything that you do for our school district, not just for the board, but for every student and family and everybody here in our Gonzales Unified School District. So thank you.
Excellent. Moving on to item 11, informational items. 11.1, report on academic at-risk students, grades 8 through 12.
You have the clicker, Yolanda?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. For tonight, I'm going to be going over the 8th through 12th grade promotion requirements, some COVID-related barriers and adjustments that were made. I'm going to go over some student achievement data, interventions that have been implemented, and student outcomes as a result of what's been implemented. So before presenting the data, I wanted to share our district's board-approved promotion requirements. So in order to promote from 8th grade, a student must have an overall 2.0 GPA. Past practice, it was a cumulative of 6th through 8th grade. Due to COVID, in 2020-21, only 6th and 7th grade GPA were utilized. And this year, we are recommending that we don't count for our current 8th grade class, so only 6th and 8th grade GPA, because we do have that year that was COVID, and so we did not want that to go into the calculation. And then also there is an attendance requirement that is 95%. And so we are also recommending to waive that this year. And that is due to not enough opportunities for students to be able to make up attendance throughout the year. And then moving forward, next year, Mr. Malagon would like to work with his school leadership team so that they're able to look at that board policy and revise it to better serve our students. So they will be working on that next year, and then they'll be bringing it up to you for review and approval. So this is our current data, where we stand today, and this is 8th grade through 12th grade. So you will see the total number of students, the total Ds and total Fs, and then the total number of students with Ds and Fs. So I'm gonna just pause for a little bit to see if anybody has, just to look at the data and see if anybody has questions currently right now.
Are they
What's the Oh,
Go ahead, Araceli.
what's the, for eighth grade, what's the, how many kids do we have in eighth grade?
So there's 162 eighth graders. Out of those 162, 83 of those students have Ds and Fs.
Sorry, I just saw it right there. Thank you.
And the 50, it says 83 or 50.
Or it's 51%. So the 83 out of the 162 is 53%. So 53% of the students, yes. So eighth grade data. Out of these, if you look at the total eighth graders, students on track are 126 or 78% of our current students. 36 of them, or 22% are students below GPA. So looking at those 36 students that are below the 2.0 GPA, 17 of those have a strong possibility of still meeting the requirements to promote. And that is due to the calculation of the GPA, so they're close to being eligible. And then 19, they have less possibilities to be able to promote, so the school is working with those students. And then just to give you a little bit more data, so we wanted to compare it with pre-COVID. So in 2019, 2020, we had 182 total eighth graders. 154 of them were on track to promote, which is 85%, and then 28 or 15% were below that GPA. So I gave you that data because we wanted to really look at comparing it pre-COVID versus to where we currently are today.
What programs are for these kids?
I'll get to that. Yes, thank you. So here are the Fairview Middle School interventions. The classes that they've set up at the site are all leveled by their language level, 6th through 8th grade. There is support Monday through Friday in the morning, 7:45 to 8:10, which is consultation time with teachers. And essentially what that means is teachers are available for students to be able to come in and work on any missing assignments or questions that they might have. There is also ACES homework help for 6th through 8th graders. And that happens from 3 to 6 every day. And then there's also the GPA 4.0 Saturday Academy, which the students will earn a grade bump if they attend the program. And then also the way to reclassification for our English language learners. And that's an after-school intervention, which helps them where they work on LPAC standards or EL standards so that they're able to do better on the LPAC test. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the high school. So currently right now, this is what our senior data looks like. We have a total of 208 students. There is 172 or 83% of them on track. 55 or 32% are A through G eligible. And then 40 or 23% of those 172 are graduating under AB 104, which means that they are graduating with reduced credits. So that's 230 was what we require, and they're able to graduate with 120. And those students have gone through parent meetings where they've sat down and gone through with our administrators, our counselors, to ensure that this is the right path to put them on. And I don't have it up there, but just to give you a little data on the last couple of years. So last year we had 91% graduation rate. And then in 2019-20, which is pre-COVID, was also 91%. So it was the same.
So for the on track,
Mhm.
for the on track, the 83%, what's the requirement that they're meeting the 83%?
Students that are eligible to graduate from high school. So they're meeting the high school requirements.
So like you gave Fairviews that it was a 2.0 GPA for promotion and 95% attendance. So what are the parameters for the high school
So
currently?
it's the same. So the students have to meet the high school graduation requirements. They have to fulfill the 95% attendance in order to graduate and have their 230 credits.
For 230 credits.
Yolanda, I have a question. So as of now,
220, sorry, yes,
okay, can I ask a question? Yeah.
yes.
Okay, sorry. So as of now, as of today, what the remainder of the students that don't meet these minimum requirements, have they been notified and their parents have been, they know, have they been notified so as to know what's going on and they don't come to us later on, hey, well, nobody ever told us anything.
Yes, they have. And our principals are actually, and along with our intervention specialist, she's been working really hard on looking over transcripts with counselors to ensure that the students, the ones that are in need of support, she's pulling out and talking to them and setting them up with an intervention. And I'll share with you a little bit more about our interventions.
Okay, thank you.
But I think, like Jose's, I have to echo off of Jose's, like, for parents, are calling parents in, notifying parents in some way that this is where your student stands, this is where the deficiencies are?
Yes, yes. And currently the site is also working on SSTs. And so that's what they're going off of. They have a list of kids who are below, that are not meeting the requirements. And they're also establishing an SST process. But at the same time, with Sita Ayala support, we are able to implement interventions for these students to hopefully get them to graduation.
You had a question?
Yes. And I'll ask a little bit of what Celeste was asking about the actual requirements. Seniors on track, that's column 172 seniors, 83% of them are on track. And on track meaning
To
that
graduate high school.
to graduate, meaning they have completed 220 credits. Where's Mr. Malagon? He used to
And
be
the required
counselor.
courses.
220 credits in the required courses.
Yes.
But one big distinction between 8th grade and high school is there is no 2.0 GPA. In order to receive full credit, you get a D. That's a 1.0. And on that, and on that, thank you, Mr. Ocampo. And on that, I would love to read that board policy. I have asked for it many times. I've never seen it, ever. I think it's atrocious. That's my personal opinion. I don't know how the board feels, but I think our public would be shocked to know that that's the case. That we expect a 2.0 from 8th graders and only a 1.0 from seniors who have all their life in front of them after high school. That's atrocious.
And that is something that we are currently looking at. We're looking at the graduation requirements and hope of bringing forth a recommendation to be able to change that.
And one other question, I'm sorry. And so to go on that same column, on the 172,
Yes.
does that number also include the AB 104 students? To me, it
That number
probably
does. And so 40 of those 172 students are under AB 104.
Right. So then that number then is more like, I can't do quick math here.
132?
132. So that number, not so AB 104, guys, if you don't know, it's the credits that you can graduate with are 100 less. The current number is 220. AB 104 says you don't need 220. You can do it with 120, 100 credits less. Okay. So then if a clearer number, I think,
32.
would be 208 divided by 132. Because that's the number. And even that number, I don't think is very valid because of that 1.0 requirement. Right? And all of a sudden, you take that 83%, it's a lot less. Right?
We can't hear nothing, so you're gonna have to speak up.
If you can, just Mr. Soriano go to the mic because
I can repeat it for you, Mr. Soriano.
So that's the mindset that we need to change, and the culture needs to change, because coming into that, being somebody not associated with that, that's mind boggling, because these isn't what we want our kids to settle. You know what I'm saying? So in working with our task force, with Yolanda Barber's leadership and with my committee here, that's one of the things that we need to address. Okay. And it doesn't just stop at the high school. It goes from La Gloria, FMS, it continues on here. So yes, these are in the future, when that freshman class come in next year is when we really strive. And that's where that extra counselor might be coming in, is we don't want these, you know, accountability, respect. You're tracking your units. We're on top of you. We're communicating. We're advocating, because the mindset used to be, I'm going to fail. I'll go to Apex. And that's not what we want. So I just want to let you know, Mr. Rayon. Yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. And I fully 100% agree with you. In my view, the rigor shouldn't go the other way. You shouldn't have the most rigor when you are barely potty trained in La Gloria, and have the least rigor when you're fully potty trained, hopefully by the high school. Right. And that's what it seems is the case here, because even if you look at what the requirements are in 8th grade, they're 2.0. We have a 1.0. We have a math teacher here on the board, but I believe that's 100% difference of what's expected at the high school, right? In the other way. That's my comment. Thank you.
I have one more slide, I believe. Help, Andrew.
Perhaps you could just
Try it again.
tell, there it is.
Okay, so this is looking at our Gonzales High School interventions. So currently, students will have what they get in the classroom with the teachers in class support. We also do have regular Apex that's happening during the day, and that's 5 sections, and we have 85 students enrolled in that. There's also after-school tutoring that was offered from November through April, and then starting pretty soon, the after-school intervention is going to change a little bit. So it's going to be a lot more structured. It'll be from May 2nd through June 3rd. It's 5 weeks. There will be 10 hours per class during those weeks. And students are able to receive a 0.5 credit bump in 2 classes if they attend the 10 hours per class. So for example, we'll have one class Monday, Tuesday, and another class Wednesday, Thursday. And if they attend consistently for the 10 days, they're able to earn a 0.5 credit bump. So those classes are going to be set up specifically. So if it's a history class, it'll be a specific history class. It will no longer be the way it's set up now, where it's more like a drop-in tutorial after school. If students attend 7 to 9 hours throughout those 10 days, then they are eligible to receive a 0.25 grade bump. And the students that are being targeted are, of course, the students that have Ds and Fs. And then that's how the classes will be offered depending on that need. And then we also have the GPA 4.0 Academy. We've had it for the fall and it's continuing to the spring. I believe there's 2 Saturdays left. And then the high school also offered in winter intercession. So actually, oh no, there is no more slides. But what I wanted to say is for the spring GPA Saturday program, there is currently 93 students and they are on track to receive 5 credits. And during the winter intercession, we had 76 students make up 5 credits. So we had 14 9th graders, 10 10th graders, 29 11th graders, and 23 12th graders.
Jose or Jose, questions, comments?
No, thank you for the information, Yolanda.
You're welcome.
Araceli?
Thank you, Yolanda. And I just kind of want to say that I think historically we've always known about the graduation and how are we graduating kids with these. And I think I do appreciate the fact that you guys are in the process of having a team together and coming up with ways to change that. And I look forward to seeing the recommendations that you guys make, because I think historically we've always known that that's been an issue. And I'm very happy to hear that now that we're over this hump of the pandemic, that this is the work that your team and everybody is getting involved with, because I think that's really important. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Andrew, any questions?
No, thank you.
Cesar?
I can't hear.
For getting started on that too. And, I actually just had a conversation with my son who's in high school and he has 1D. And I'm like, that's not good. And he's like, well, you have it set up that way, Mom. I'm like, well, no, not in my brain. It's not. But so thank you for intervening and getting that started.
My only suggestions, I know, like I said, have parents been notified, as possibly at the beginning of fourth quarter for future reference, having a parent night that these parents, your child is not on track. Here's the resources. And so parents are aware. And they can't say, well, I didn't know. Well, you got a letter, you were invited to our parent night, that we needed to, because it is a team effort to do this, and the school can do so much, but parents need to also do their part. And I think by having a night where you have parents come in and sit and say, here's everything we're offering, because the last thing, and I brought this up at a previous board meeting, is for us to become Apex High and students just to count on like, oh, I'm just going to take it in Apex. But I did share before as well that, I had a previous student who said, if I didn't learn it in a classroom, there's no way I'm going to learn it on Apex. So I just don't want it to be a crutch for students to slack off and then have that as a backup. So just food for thought.
And I just wanted to add that hopefully moving forward, the development of SSTs will also help, because the parent will actually be coming into these meetings to meet with the staff to talk about where they're at and how they're doing. And those hopefully can start at 9th grade. And then as they progress, then they'll know exactly how they're doing.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11.2, routine maintenance summer 2022 projects.
Good evening. Good evening. So on behalf of the MOT department here, this is a project that we're planning to perform during this summer. This is a routine maintenance projects that we're planning to perform during the summer. As soon as the school is out, we're planning to go ahead and start doing some of these projects. And some of these projects involve us an asphalt sealer. When during the pandemic, some of the driveways and asphalts beginning to crack, so we need to seal them to prevent moisture from going in there. And on this asphalt sealer project, we also need to take care of the tennis. The tennis courts are beginning to crack, so we need to keep them up and maintain them, reseal them before they get out of hand, because the damage will get worse. And also on this, it's going to be some of the interior wall repairs. We have some of the classrooms that need repairs, painting, touch up. So that's part of the same the maintenance that needs to be done during the summer. Some of the plumbing, some of faucets need to be replaced. Some flush valves on toilets need to be replaced. Toilets need to be replaced. So this some of the projects that we need to do also perform during the summer. Can we scroll down a little bit, Monica, please? Okay. Now on lighting, we have some night lights and that are beginning to go out. Some are for the parking lot, some of the at the farm. So all those need to be replaced. Some of them are just flashing. It looks like somebody's taking a picture, so we need to replace those. And those are also going to be taking place as soon as school's out. Carpet replacement. We have some classrooms that need to be, the carpet needs to be replaced. Some is going to be shampooed, some is going to be repaired, some is going to be replaced. Fencing, we have some fencing that needs to be also repaired. And as I said, some of these projects are projects that also needed to be addressed during the school. But due to students being on site all the time, and it's kind of difficult, so we need to hit them up as soon as the school gets out. Roofing, we have some of the classrooms and some of the portable classrooms that leaked during the 2 rainy occasions we had. So those that need to be addressed. And some of this roofing, as I said, most of them are repairs. Some of them, the portables, they need to be repatched where the bolts pop up with time. So those need to be hit again. James, you got anything that you want to add?
Just a couple of things. We're going to be upgrading, renovating our HVAC systems. We're fortunate, you'll see if you look at the agenda, we're going to be asking the board to approve the acceptance of our CalShape Energy Efficiency Grant. We have been awarded part 1 already, approximately $336,000, which we'll use to clean, to inspect, to repair, replace various parts in our HVAC systems. And so this will be a benefit for all of our students and staff and visitors throughout the district. And so Trini is also very busy with that project, organizing that work. So that's also going to be some of the things we'll be doing this summer. And we are now in the process of applying for the CalShape Grant Part 2, which again will apply to plumbing and other fixtures, which we also plan to start this summer.
Questions, Araceli?
No, thank you.
Jose, any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you for your presentation.
Caesar?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. Well, my first question is regarding labor and material. I mean, cost of material is material, right? But so labor, is this internal labor or external labor?
On this is a mixture of both. For example, on the oh, you took it away. For example, the sealer part, that's according to quotes that I got before the last year, and we added a 5% because I asked the contractor more or less to give us a proposal, and these are their estimates. Or employees, and some are like for fencing repairs, that's including labor outside contractors.
And I've always asked that, maybe it's too into the weeds and I apologize for that. But when it does come to labor based on our employees who are full-time employees paid by the district, whether they do that job or another job, how, or maybe that's in a presentation to see like, how, do you guys have a formula? And set hourly rate,
Yes.
something like
Yes.
that?
Yes, and it's roughly a salary plus benefits. That's how it's
divided by the
divided,
time.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's not that just the salary, but we also include the benefits part of the employee.
Okay.
Because it's a cost.
Yes, of course. If they're doing that, they can't do something else. So yeah, of course. I did a walkthrough a couple of weeks ago with Mr. Soriano, Mr. Ocampo, and we went around, not everywhere, but certainly the bathrooms. And the bathrooms is always a concern. Talk to any kids and they will tell you, and as it should be a concern, right? We want safe, clean bathrooms. Now, the bathrooms, and I only did the walkthrough here at the high school, and maybe that also exists at the other sites. But you know, the doors, that's always been a problem with the doors. Our kids like to play around, maybe, I don't know, but those doors seem to, you know, develop wings and go, or get off the hinges. So, and you know, especially here at the high school, there's only 2 stalls. So one doesn't have a door, that's, you know, 50% of them don't have a door. And, you know, this is not going to be solved here, but I mean, that is an ongoing concern, that maybe you guys could look into something a little bit more sturdy that can handle a couple of kids, you know, on top of it. I don't know how they get it off, but they get it off. Because, you know, that, you know, we should have, when I hear of kids ditching class and going to their home because they live nearby because they don't want to use our bathrooms, and when we have a $43 million budget, and I know salaries and benefits and whatever, but that's not right. You know, that's just not right, in so many ways, right? And then the other thing, that, you know, I noticed, and I don't know, you know, our legals here, but something simple like smoke detectors, like, hey, when there's a smoke party in there, somebody should know about it. I don't know if that's allowed or permitted, but, you know, we should look into something like that. You know, I know there's new technologies with, you know, vape pens and whatever else, and maybe that doesn't work, but there's also the old technology that I'm sure is still being used, perhaps, that all these bathrooms should at least have this going, right? Functioning doors, locking doors, especially like, you know, some of the students have told me that they don't want to go because there's no lock, right? I mean, how would you feel, right? Like, we wouldn't use those bathrooms. How could we expect our kids, the ones that pay our salary, to use those bathrooms if we wouldn't use them, right?
And just to answer those questions, we are looking into that. For the next board agenda, I'll have a proposal that already came in to install stainless steel partitions for the quad. I'll present it, and it'll be the time for if the board makes a decision. I was only able to get so far only 1 quote. I've been calling other contractors to come and give us a proposal for replacing doors. We tried doors that are painted, but it's extremely hard to keep them up because they ride on them. And stainless steel, they all carve on it, but I think we'll be able to kind of sand it down, and that look is going to be. We feel that it's going to be more easier maybe to maintain, because we've been having some graffiti and issues like that sort of. And as of detectors for a smoke and cigar and electronic cigars, we looked into it approximately 8 months or so ago, and they were $1,000 per detector. And we briefly discussed it with Mr. Ocampo here, and maybe we would be able to install on areas where it's a higher, where actually students can congregate, and maybe there was areas where it's there would be more exposure to it. So there's a study that we need to make in order to do that investment. But we're hoping that by now, maybe those detectors have gone down, and those are the things that but we are looking into that. Yes.
No, and that's wonderful that you are, because I also have heard from kids that tell me, well, I don't want to go to the bathroom. There's a, you know, big old smoke party in there. Like, you know, that's not what I want right now. I don't want to be exposed to that. I think it's wonderful that they don't want to go. I think it's lousy that they have no alternative, you know, because we do not offer them that choice, you know, unless they want to go into the teacher's bathrooms.
I'll get back to you with information on that.
Yeah, I had a similar question as Cesar in regards to labor. Like, for example, the fencing repairs, would that be an additional that we would pay for our employees to do the fencing repairs, or would that be contracted out? That's contracted out money?
Like I said, it's both. Some of it we can do it on house, and some of it is going to be contracted out. But the total amount is that's an estimated amount.
So would we be able to kind of have more of an itemized statement once we get more information in regards to who's going to be getting the contracted and who's going to be?
Yes, if I once I get we're gonna call in the contractors once we hit the exact areas that we're gonna be repairing. We want to do as much as we can in-house, but there's some areas where we're gonna have to actually have to cut the fence and repatch it again. Those are the areas that I'll come back and give you a more of an in-depth estimated. cost.
The fencing repairs, are they kind of like the front door here at the? like
Oh,
the-
it'll be overall. Some of the fencing is going to be behind the unused gym. Some of the fencing also is going to be behind the practice field here on Fifth Street against those houses. Some of the kids kind of knock it down and jump over to the neighboring. So we're going to do all those repairs.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
And my only question is, I do want to, if we can get the itemized, because even like for the plumbing, wow, the labors it stuck out at me a lot. So if we can find out what's contracted and what's being covered by our employees.
Yes.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 11.3, capital projects.
Okay, I'm going to stay here until Louis comes up just for a second. I guess I get to do this too. I will say that, yes, we will give you a more detailed list of the costs. As you understand, we have a limited amount of staff and they can't do all the projects. And so we will have to contract out some of those. And so we're working on that right now. It's been difficult in some cases to get contractors because of COVID and because of the current economic situation. And so we're working on that. And as soon as we have more detailed information, we will share that with you. We'll calculate the hourly rates, total number of hours, total cost for these projects, and give you all the information. And I agree, we need to do a better job in terms of the restrooms. And so I take responsibility for that. We will get in there, we'll get those things corrected. We'll get better facilities. We'll work with Jared and Mike to work with our campus supervisors to make sure that we are patrolling and keeping an eye better on those restrooms and keeping those things from happening. And so I promise you that we will do that. Mrs. Daniel, in terms of the funding for some of the plumbing repairs, as I said, we are receiving a grant of $336,000 for HVAC through CalShape, and we hope to get another grant for plumbing. And so hopefully that will ease the impact of the plumbing costs a little bit.
Thank you for the explanation.
And now I'm sure you know Louis, our district architect, and he's going to join me here and explain our capital projects that we have going.
Thank you, James. Thank you, board. As James mentioned, Louis Vargas, class of 1988. So I always like to say, proud to be back home here and current resident still. I've been tasked to assist the district with various projects and also help organize and help Trini and help James with coming up with a game plan as to how we're going to get some of these projects completed, some timeframes, some realistic timeframes, and also eventually some budgets that will go along with them as well. Projects with the state take a little longer than a normal project, right? So we like to watch the TV show and it's done in a weekend. Things don't work that way in public works. So it takes a little bit of planning and working through. So there's a list that I believe is up. Yeah. So this is the list that we have currently. I'm sure there's other projects that are being developed and some that are not mentioned on here, but these are the ones that have been currently identified to either be worked on this coming summer or the coming school year 2022 through 2023. So some of these will extend through next summer as well. The first one that you see up there is the Gonzales High School scoreboard. So that has been DSA approved. We have approval. There's actually a mock-up of the sign and what we call shop drawings to review so that we can get that manufactured. So the manufacturing is starting. The state has approved it. We need to continue to go through a process with the state to acquire the installation contractor, some electrical that needs to happen within the district's means. So that'll come before the board eventually as well. The goal is to get that going this summer and completed by next school year so that we would have it for the football season. And there is a schedule that I'll share with you coming up on the next slides. La Gloria Elementary School and Fairview Middle School. So the water main, you may be aware there is one main water that feeds the three schools. And I'm sure Trini has shared in the past that if we have a shutdown on one school, it impacts all campuses. So we're working with Trini and our civil engineer to develop a design for that. Currently, we have a schematic that we presented to Patrick over at the city engineer, and he's outsourced it to their engineer that they outsourced to. Hoping to hear back this week from them on the idea that we have, so we can move that project along. And then La Gloria Elementary School, the TK classrooms, I will say, depending on the enrollments, right? So we're still confirming a few requirements. The kinder classes that are there are about a 31 by 30, so they're undersized for what the state requirements are. So we're trying to confirm what the actual requirements will be allowed, whether we need to do something different. But for the time being, we do have a phase 1 in plan for this summer, so that we have a restroom available and at least 2 classrooms available for TK. And then in the future, we'll have to see what that is for the following school year. Gonzales High School culinary classroom. So we've developed a schematic design that has been approved. We've been given a go-ahead to begin working on that. There's some structural work that needs to be done in order to open up the classroom between the teaching classroom and the cooking area. We want to create an opening. Our structural engineer has given us a limitation of what the opening can be, so we're working through that so that we can get that through DSA approval. Gonzales High School and Fairview, I'll speak to both of them, all gender restrooms. So he's speaking about restrooms. So there are some plans there are state requirements, and the district has been looking at how to provide single occupancy, all gender restroom at both campuses. So La Gloria, we're looking at the quad restrooms on kind of the 5th Street side of the restroom on the boys side, create a restroom there. At Fairview, it would be kind of in the center of the what is room number 7, I believe, Trini, right? 11, room number 11, kind of on the side of it. So we have to explore utilities and other things so we can develop a plan that will work for that. Gonzales High School Stadium track, so that's ongoing. That the scoreboard was part of that project. We separated the scoreboard because we wanted to make sure we got the scoreboard completed. There are a couple other items that we're looking at, but the main project will be the track and then ADA compliance. Those are the main components. There's a huge list. I know Jer and everybody in the school they've had several meetings. James has shared some of the list. We're going to see what we can accomplish as part of the project and develop a budget for that as well. And so that project is geared to begin next summer is what the intent is there. We're going to have to work with sports, graduation, everything else, right? So, because there is an impact when you do the stadium project. La Gloria class, room number 36. So there's a need for additional offices there or meeting areas where they would bring in a student for counseling or other requirements. So there are 2 rooms currently used, room number 4 and 36. So our understanding currently is that they want to combine into one room, which is room 36, which is a relocatable, and create maybe 4 or 5 offices there so they can house those needs there as well. Access control system. So this is a need that the current access control, which is your card key access to the gym at the high school, the weight room, and the joint use gym at Fairview. That system is obsolete. It doesn't work. It's failed. So the district's been living without it, but now you're handing keys out and trying to track keys is very difficult. So Trini has a proposal for that, and that's something that we have on our list, whether that will move forward or not. So we just wanted to make sure we listed that. District office remodel. So there's been talks about remodeling district office for different things since about 2016 is the plans that I had kind of some sketches from. There's been ongoing discussions on it. Currently, in our last meeting, we're putting that on hold just because we don't know what the needs are completely. So, so we're not moving forward with any of those plans currently at this point. Adult ed, new relocatable. So there is a need also, depending on how some of those modulars that are at the district office area that are used for adult ed, if something happens with a remodel, then adult ed will need additional rooms. And the plan was to put them next to the other rooms that are used at Fairview. So, so we've had one DSA approved relocatable that could go there. we would have to modify our plans and start over, depending on what the needs are. So the intent was possibly 2 rooms and a restroom over there for that function. Okay. And the next slide, you'll begin to see. Oh, I have the clicker. Oh. Put me in charge. I don't know. See if that works.
That was, oh yeah, this way. Okay. No? Okay.
You have to point it towards the screen.
Towards the screen. That's great.
There you go. Oh, someone did it.
Oh, I did do it. Did I do it?
I think I helped.
Thank you. Sorry, I was going to skip all my slides. So the first slide, just making sure we're up there. Yeah. So this is a schedule. We normally generate these kind of Gantt charts, and they're much longer as it tells time, as well as so I've just kind of taken a snapshot and created the slides out of it. So the first one, there's in the same order as the first slide. So I'm not going to repeat a whole lot of it, but as you can see, in line 5, the DSA approval occurred end of March. And so we're currently in the stage of needing a bid part of the projects so that we can move forward and award those hopefully in the next month, next coming month for the scoreboard. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, for the scoreboard at the stadium, sorry. And then the next project was the water main. So currently we're in line item 16, which we're in with the Public Works Director at the city for initial review. And then the TK classrooms. So here's where I indicate phase 1. So phase 1 will be mainly some initial repairs for the finishes, reusing an existing restroom that's next to a room 3, doing a new door, some minimal work is just to get those rooms up and ready for this coming school year. And so that could occur over this coming summer. And again, we'll work with Trini to make sure that we get a couple proposals to make sure that we get a contractor that can conduct that work if it's not done in-house. Next slide. All right, I did it. Next slide, then this is phase 2. So that would, for the TK classrooms, phase 2, our understanding is that we would most likely be needing to do some major work, depending on what the requirements that we get from the district, possibly creating larger restrooms, larger classroom. We have to find a way to make it work. We have an older campus, older rooms, and an older building, so we'll see what we can make do for that. But that would be geared towards next summer scope of work. The next item on line 37 is the culinary classroom. Yep. All right. So line 37, culinary classroom. So as I mentioned, we're working with our structural engineer and moving forward to get that project approved. Our intent is to go ahead and get it approved sooner than later. Although the work, because of the way this class works, their best time for down semester or quarter would be the fall for their classrooms, because they don't do as much cooking. They're mainly teaching at that point. So it would be ideal to start in the summer and carry into the fall. So that's why we would probably be looking at doing it next summer and then the following fall. The all gender restroom, line 47. So a similar idea is to go ahead and begin that work this coming month, and then also get approval, get the bids and get it ready so that we can begin that work in the following summer. Same schedule with the Fairview Middle School on the next page. Okay. So Fairview Middle School would be on a similar track. And then the stadium track, restrooms, ADA, accessible parking and so forth. There'll be other needs that we will be looking at there as well, a concession and other needs. There's a long wish list, so we'll see what we can put together. I have a conference or a Zoom meeting Thursday with our landscape architect that we've already been working on a couple things. So I'm gonna put together, confirm this schedule and put together some initial plans so that we can move that project forward, continue to move it forward. And then room 36, as mentioned, Our intent would be that we can do some of that work during school. So we're looking at trying to do that in construction would be possibly this coming winter is what our intent was. It's most likely a 3 to 4 week schedule for the construction that needs to occur within it. So our intent is to try to do that over the winter break. Access control, as mentioned, that if approved, that would most likely happen this summer. Is that right? I think that was our intent. Yeah. Yep. And then the district office, as mentioned, it's on hold. And then the adult eds is also pending, depending on further instruction. And the next slide over. This is where we'll need James a little more. So the scoreboard, James, do you want to describe a little bit? Or so I'll brief you real quick and then I'll leave it up to James. But there's 3 options that you're viewing. They're a little different. They look very similar, but they're a little different. Mainly the wording is what's different. But the scoreboard size will remain the same. The scoreboard monitor will remain the same. The design, what's already been approved will remain the same. Where we need to give feedback to the manufacturer is what wording we want to put on the scoreboard. And so we were seeking that from the district. And so I think James wanted to maybe speak a little bit to it or if there's questions.
This is the fun part. We brought the scoreboard to you previously. We've had a public meeting for input, and these 3 renderings are all the same scoreboard. The board itself is the same, but the video portion, the scoreboard portion, the only thing we're looking at here is what the board is actually going to say above and below. And so we want to get your input here as the board tonight to ask what you think about these 3 different possibilities, or maybe even a different possibility. Because these are the things that have been mentioned or suggested by various stakeholders. And so we want to have board input and ask for your recommendation on perhaps what you feel is best. And take your time, doesn't have to happen tonight, but it needs to happen by May 6th, I believe, because that's when we need to get the lettering and everything locked in so the board can be manufactured and shipped. And then as Louis said, we hope to have it here by the beginning of June, have everything ready, get the board installed this summer, have it ready enough to go for football season and for fall events. So again, these are the possibilities that were mentioned or suggested. I'm going to pull this out so I can turn around. As you see, the first option would be Gonzales High School across the top, and then the word Spartans across the bottom. The second option, Gonzales High across the top, home of the Spartans across the bottom. And the third option, simply Gonzales across the top, and again, Spartans across the bottom. So at this point, yeah, you can suggest other options, other combinations. So at this point, we'd like to open it up for board discussion and for your comments or questions.
Oh, Araceli, any questions?
I actually like the where it says Gonzales and Spartans. I think we think of the Spartans as only really being the high school, but it's really the whole town, because the whole town really adopts that Spartan mentality, even though we do have the Warriors and the Bulldogs. And I like the Spartans, just kind of really big. You can see it to a lot of letters. I mean, a lot of words can get kind of, if you're like me and you have bad eyesight, it just looks like a big blob. So I really do kind of like just like the Gonzales Spartans, number 3.
Jose?
I also like number 3.
Caesar?
Is this just about the scoreboard or?
He's just asking for your.
Oh, just the
Well,
scoreboard.
unless you had questions regarding movies.
Oh, yeah, the scoreboard. Okay. If I had to choose from those 3, yes, I would agree with my fellow board members, Gonzales Spartans. However, the current scoreboard, it has the stadium, right? The stadium name. Dick Force, who from those folks that don't know, was a very successful coach here in the 70s or 60s. Am I somewhere around? Anyway, and that's what our current scoreboard says. I would like to honor personally honor his family and their local by keeping that. That's my recommendation or suggestion.
If I could just respond to that, our current scoreboard does have a sign honoring Mr. Forrest attached to the scoreboard. And so our idea was that the scoreboard would stand alone. And again, we could have another sign that could either attach to the scoreboard or be even placed separately. Again, honoring Mr. Forrest.
Yeah, I would like to keep some honor for the Big Four Stadium. But I do like option 3.
I'm gonna go against the grain. I like option 1. That's just fine. And I have to agree with my 2 trustees sitting next to me. There's a lot of alumni that continue to go to the game that don't have children that play. And I think we still need to continue to honor Dick Force Stadium and have it recognized. So I still would like to have that part of somewhere.
If I can change my vote, I would like to go with option 1. I do agree with Araceli that yes, it's the town, but it is really the high school, right? Our other sites, they have different mascots, right? That we also, go Warriors, go Bulldogs, right? But here at the high school, we're the Spartans, and it's the Gonzales High Spartans. So therefore, I will change my vote to option 1.
Oh, go ahead. Mr. Drake, was that the conclusion?
Well, it sounds like we have a split decision here. And like we said, we don't need the final word until May 6th. So if you'd like to take a little more time and still talk about that among yourselves or ask us questions in the next few days, you're welcome to do that. And we can come back with a final answer next week if you want.
1 is fine. I'm okay with 1. No biggie. I like Spartans being at the bottom, just the single word. 1 is good.
Would you like to hear from the site administration? Seems like they have an interest in this as well.
Initially, I never saw it, the space aesthetically, how it would look, how it's all spread. And so alluring is when you first walk in the stadium, you see Gonzales, and that's going to be a big scoreboard. So my first take was Gonzales High School Spartans. But then I looked at it again, I saw Gonzales, it just sticks out. It makes it look too busy. We liked option 1 or option 3. And with the Dick Force Stadium, we were going to look at areas where we could place that. So one of the things would be where the ticket entrance gate would be because it's like this. Well, I think part of we were going to think about in the future was to make it this way, so that the parking lot's this way, the field's behind us. It's easy to go around and check your ticket. Welcome Dick Force Stadium, something like that. But we can talk about that, where we can strategically put that, because that is important. But yeah, we were, Mr. Campo, 1 and 3, right? Sorry for the detail.
Okay, now that's we even have more of a split decision, I guess. But again, we can take some time. We can think about this. We don't have to decide tonight. So it's up to the board.
Caesar, did you have any questions regarding the
other things?
Yes.
Marvin, do you have a comment on this?
Well, I'm just not sure when you're going to have another opportunity. May 5th is a special meeting. If you can make a decision tonight, I think I would.
Well, again, if you want to, you can communicate your thoughts individually with Marvin.
So
Can
Jessica said 3. Araceli, I was able to wiggle her into option 1. I voted for option 1, and Maria's good with 1. Yeah.
I can't hear you guys.
And Caesar's good with 1. So I think 1. Yeah.
Before you make a final decision, can Can you give us a sense of the size of the letter? I think you have some verbiage up there, but none of us, at least I can't read it.
Correct.
So can you give us a sense of, will the letters, the busiest is option one.
Option
It
one.
has the most information. So that's important, but will the size of the sign be sufficient so that you'll be able to clearly read Gonzales High School from a, you know, you're at a football field, you could easily be 100 yards away from it. How large are those letters?
The wording Gonzales High School is 13.8 inches, so a little over 13.5 inches tall. So it's over a foot tall. So
Oh, that's small.
yeah, if you imagine maybe about as big as this, my portfolio, that would be the G and then all the letters that way. On the
It's gonna be a
Gonzales side,
blob.
where the Gonzales is alone, it just says Gonzales, those are 16.8, so 16.5. So about
13 and an eighth?
13.8 and
0.8.
16.8. Yeah, about 3-inch difference. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that as big as we can get?
Yes, with the size of no, not the budget. Well, the budget was already included, but
Yeah.
the scoreboard size, otherwise it would be bigger than the scoreboard, right? So,
So I have another question for you.
yes.
This is not your first sign.
No.
Is the number one going to be readable for folks?
It will be. What's more legible would be just Gonzales because it would be bigger.
Sure.
But when you're in the stadium, it will be legible. Yes. Mhm. Yeah.
Can you, will we be able to see the scoreboard from the freeway?
If you're going slow, no, I'm just kidding. It'll
Like
be
the
tough to
houses
see.
across?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you're down lower, right? And the scoreboard's further away. It's not, I won't be able to see it from the freeway. From across, if you're living across town and you're in one of those homes, you could see it from there. Yeah.
Oh.
At the risk of overcomplicating this, just, is there a way for the manufacturer to make that top portion taller so that the letters become taller?
Well,
Without-
you could make it taller, but then you
have
get
to make it
into the
wider as
ratio
well?
of the width as well. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think that would be
Strike
a
that.
tough, it wouldn't look good.
Okay.
I agree. It does look busy. I like what it says, but it does look busy. And one thing that to me kind of looks busy and I just don't even see what the use of it is that bridge behind it or whatever that looks like.
Yeah, it's a framing behind it. And so it's one of their standard designs that they have
Mhm.
that's used. Yeah. To set as a backdrop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is this gonna withstand the windy days that we have?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. DSA is making sure of it.
You know how windy it gets right there.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah.
Dr. Drake, I have a question in regards, how much is the cost for this again?
The cost of the scoreboard itself is a little bit less than $125,000. It's going to cost another approximately $65,000, I believe, for the installation and all the supporting elements that we need.
Okay. And obviously I presume that there are bigger scoreboards than this one, correct?
Yes. But in our valley, this will be the biggest from Salinas down. We've done all the Salinas High School ones, and this is bigger than even their newest high school.
Oh. I still really think that having Gonzales, it makes it more visible. I think we should have something that's gonna be easy to the eyes, recognizable, easy for not only our hometown, but for our competitors to see. Either one, guys.
Gonzales High Spartans.
That's number two.
Yeah, number two can easily
taking
have the Spartans
yeah,
on the bottom.
You could mix them. Yeah, you could do that. And then again, this is a video board, so you can put anything you want on the big LED TV, basically, right? So it's a big TV. So it could be
Oh.
scrolling something on there, and no other scoreboard in a high school in this area has.
So
I'm sorry, so
a
the
screen.
title, the top portion can be scrolling? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
the center part where you see the football players, that's a
okay.
big, TV.
so the
And that's
size
the
of the
screen?
letters on the middle,
The size in the middle for Gonzales High, those are 15 inches. So
Okay.
you're kind of in between.
and then one more question, then I'll let the board try and wrestle with this. In your experience, since you've done a lot of signage, does the school, do they typically put something that signifies that it's actually a high school rather than a city? Or do they sometimes just put,
Sometimes it's just, they don't put the one on the bottom. It'll just say Spartans on top. And here we kind of went a little extra. We have 2 places for signage. A lot of schools you will see, just their mascot name on it on top. Yeah. Plus their logo.
well,
I do like the option of you can do Gonzales High and then the Spartans, then that I would go for in the middle, no, number 2. Like it's a hybrid.
That was my initial thought, but I didn't know if we could do that. Okay.
I'm going to throw in my
Can't
2
hear.
cents here because it's worth 2 cents or whatever. I've done a few of these projects too. And like Louis said, it's normally you don't see many words. It's the fewer the better, really. And my preference is number 3 because of the balance. You've got simply Gonzales on the top and Spartans on the bottom. And those 2, I think, kind of balance each other proportionally. And also you get bigger letters that way. So as Araceli said, they would stand out more. That's just my opinion.
And I'm still of the idea that I want it to go big, huge, but I
Mhm.
get it. I mean, if you're saying it's the largest one already in South County.
Can we just take a vote and do majority? Because we can spend all night on this, guys.
And I don't, well,
Jose,
option 3.
Araceli,
3.
Caesar,
I can't hear.
Option hybrid, option 2, Gonzales High, Spartans at the bottom.
Hybrid.
yeah, I'm gonna go with option 2, the hybrid with the Spartans at the bottom.
Okay.
There you go.
done.
Like it never happened.
What do we do? So what are we doing?
So we're
'Cause
gonna
I can't
do
hear
the
you guys.
hybrid. So we're gonna have Gonzales High and then Spartans at the bottom.
Okay. Okay.
Moving on.
Okay, now the fun part's over. So do you have questions about the other capital projects?
Jose, any questions regarding the capital projects?
How are we coming along with, no, well, it's not in the list of capital projects. I was just thinking of regards to the new school, but that's not on the list right now.
The new school, he's asking about the new school. It is a capital project. It's not on the list because it's not happening in the next summer or this summer. But I believe they're still negotiating with the developer for the land. And then I believe our agreement needs to be signed, and I think we're ready to do some programming. We can maybe begin some of that.
Thank you.
We anticipate the design process will start very soon, the next couple of months. And so that should take place over the summer. As Louis said, there will be some community outreach asking for input and some community meetings to get that.
Thank you guys for your update.
Good question.
Araceli, any questions regarding the?
So just another kind of like another project that's not on this list, but wondering, I know that we have our family liaison and there was conversations about having a kind of like something for the family liaison to provide a space for families, a safe and confidential space to support families. Is that something that is in the works but not on this list?
I don't know if that's been discussed yet.
That's not, well, okay, well, we, okay. I thought it had been a topic of discussion only because of the high needs of what, oh my God, am I blanking out on the name because it's late? the family liaison person works with a lot of families that are homeless. And then so providing a space for her to be able to do that work that is confidential and safe. So I don't know when we could have a conversation about that, but I think it's really important that we provide that for our students and parents.
That's something that has not been on our list of projects, but if that's something the board feels is needed, we can speak, they can speak about that. You can speak with Marvin and we can start to look at that.
Caesar, any questions?
Yes. On the ADA compliance, is that, what's that in regards to at the stadium?
So the stadium, that would include the seating, parking. So currently we have kind of a parking, you let folks in and you park down below, and then you have to find your way towards the bottom of the stadium to sit, right? There's no real access, or you get driven up to the top and then you can sit up on the very top. So it doesn't meet ADA by the letter of the law. So we have to find a solution for that. And that may mean some ramps, redoing a little bit of the seating, and specifically designating some parking stalls for that. The restrooms as well, they were cleaned up a few years back, the restrooms that are up on the top. Ideally, if we do new restrooms, we would then also include ADA accessible restrooms lower near parking and so forth, so that there isn't a limitation to get to restrooms.
Excellent. And then below where the stairs are, accessing the track, you would need something there,
Correct.
right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, you would need a ramp from the top down.
On both sides.
Quite a big ramp. Yes. Well, on ideally one side, because you have stairs on the other. Yeah. So you can do, that.
No, that's good. That's great.
Yes.
The access control, is that the fob keys that we're talking about?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because in my view, anything that's electrical, and I hope none of you guys have stock in PG&E, is a horrible investment, because PG&E is out all the time. They were out, was it 7 hours a couple of weeks ago? So anything that we have electrical, including IP phones, bad idea. If you're gonna have staff, if you're gonna have students here, you cannot have that. The 100-year technology still works. The rotary phone still works just fine. Don't need power. So I really do think that if we ever plan on having kids here through PG&E brownouts or blackouts, we need solutions that do not include PG&E, unless we have generators and other ways to get power when PG&E does not provide it. Just a general statement.
I'll have 3D chime in.
Yeah.
He knows more about the system.
Yes, this system would be battery. It will be battery backup. And also the main purpose of it when it was originally installed, it was for security. That was the main purpose of it. I totally understand what your concern is, but the main goal here was in case of a lockdown, they can actually lock it down with a push of a button in case of an emergency. That was the main reason for it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Another question. I'm just going down the list. The district office remodel, you said that was on hold?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. And do we have timeline or on hold?
The district office remodel is a concept that's been talked about for a long time, but I don't see any evidence that it was ever brought to the board for approval. So that's something that the board can discuss and decide if they want to move forward with, and if so, how, and then give us authorization from there. But at this point, we don't have any official authorization to go forward with that.
Excellent. I think maybe there's a fantastic or something else to put on the list for our new superintendent. Perhaps good. And then the adult ed that is dependent on, right? That's dependent on
The way I understand it, that's correct.
Okay, that's all. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar.
I also have a question about the stadium. Would there be restrooms accessible for guests since they have to walk
Yes.
across?
On the visitor side. So the thought was to try to put it kind of where the scoreboard's at, behind it somewhere. So create a new building there for restrooms.
Snack bar slash.
And it could have a small snack bar, restroom, and meet those needs. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Correct. Yeah, that way some stadiums you see that where there's a visitor kind of side. Yep, correct.
Do you guys have any details on as far as you guys are going with turf or natural grass?
So currently the grass would remain natural grass. It's the track, that's the dirt track would be replaced with a synthetic track.
Okay,
Yep.
great. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Thank you. No.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we finished with that. In respect of time, I am going to request if we can move item 11.4 to our next meeting, even our special meeting, in the interest of time, since we do have two of our trustees on the East Coast. Thank
Do
you.
we need a motion for that?
Informational, do we need a motion, Dan?
Yep.
Can you get a motion to table?
Motion to table 11.4 to our next regular board meeting.
Second. Get a motion by Mr. Iona, second by Ms. Cuevas. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. We're going to go ahead and move on to 11.5, presentation regarding process demographer undertakes in drawing potential trustees area boundaries pursuant to the California Voting Rights Act.
Good evening, trustees, members of the public. I'm Dan McElhenney with Lozano Smith, and we have Ken Reynolds from Schoolworks, our demographer, online. I believe he's ready to join the meeting.
I lost him. I don't know where he's at, but he was on there.
Okay, let me check in with him.
Yeah.
He hasn't dropped like down the list below.
He is not on here at all. He was, and he's no longer.
Okay. I sent him a text message, so he was on. Apologies.
So in respect of time, we are going to move on. We are going to come back to that. Are we able to have 12.1 then?
We can't hear.
We were still able to have it? Oh, okay. So moving on to item 12, public hearings, 12.1. This is a second public hearing regarding potential composition of trustee areas prior to drawings of maps pursuant to the California Voting Rights Act. We're going to go ahead and open up for public hearing for public input at 8:59 p.m. Do we have?
Well, that's up to the public to see if they want to provide any public comment. Seeing none, you can close.
Seeing as there's no public input, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment at 8:59 p.m. Okay. Item 13, consent agenda items. Items under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There's no discussion of these items prior to the board action unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval of all the consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms.
Second by
Flores,
Mr. Lopez.
second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. We're gonna go ahead and move on to item 14, action items. 14.1, superintendent search. So we go to a report. And for our staff report, we have Daniel here from McPherson Jacobson.
Members of the board, President Daniels, thank you very much for this opportunity. I've had the opportunity to be redundant, to be in your community for a couple of days, talking with folks, both face-to-face and virtually, asking essentially 4 questions. Those 4 questions start with what is good about your community, not just the school district, but the community as a whole. The second question is what is good about your school district? Then the third question becomes, what are the issues a new superintendent needs to know about in the Gonzales Unified? And finally, the question is, what characteristics would you like your new superintendent to step forward with? Had some intriguing conversations along the way. Most were face-to-face, had a couple that were virtual, and got a lot of open and honest feedback from different elements of your community. And what I'd like to do right now is just go through the executive summary on this. I'm not going to go through the whole report, it's 30-something pages, but just the executive summary, because that highlights and essentially groups the different comments together. When we talk about the community, what's good about your community, 3 things came up over and over. And the first being that's a small town community, it's a safe community, and that you have great students here. And you've got some of the comments that I use just to support those different areas in there. But over and over, I heard about the smallness of the community, how people here in Gonzales group together, support each other whenever there's a situation that may arise. It's generally a very strong positive sense about your community. The second was, tell us a little bit about what's good about your school district. And there were 3 items, again, that kind of created a theme. A potential for growth. Now, we're not talking about growth in terms of adding students. We're talking about growth as an educational system, moving your system forward, moving students forward, providing students with a number of opportunities. And then again, we come back to the students, and you'll see that the comment there is well-behaved and enthusiastic students. And in the survey, we did have some students participating as well, particularly for the community forum. And then hardworking and dedicated teachers, a general sense of your teachers, a positive feeling towards your teachers, and much of what they're doing. So with those 2, are there any questions that anybody may have at this point before I go on to 3 and 4?
Do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. So then the third question becomes, what are the issues a new superintendent should know about when coming to this position? And you see there are a number of them. The first is about relationships. If there's anything I heard repeatedly over and over, is the real desire to bring this particularly school community together, working together. A lot of conversation about articulation amongst the different grade levels, and just a general sense of how can we all work in together. We're all in this together, but there was kind of this theme that maybe we're not all working together. So they want, the big issue is building relationships. Then the next is strategic planning. And when I say strategic planning, it's not just setting the mission and vision. We're talking about setting high expectations for the students. And this one was interesting to me. Again, had a few students in the community forum. And when they were presenting there, the students talked about things that have left the district in terms of what they had before. And they were very proud of some of the things that are still here. But there was also, and then their parents echoed some of the same things. And they really want students to have very high expectations. Want everybody to have high expectations of your students. In essence, if you build it, they will come, was generally what they're saying. And they want somebody tying into the relationships to build it, to help build it. And that came out loud and clear. And then you see the next one is a rigorous and challenging curriculum and instruction for all students. There was a sense that students who were performing well had access. Those who weren't performing well didn't have so much access. And so it was intriguing to me also to hear the report earlier tonight, because it appears there are some real efforts to get to students who aren't performing as high as you would like them to perform. This next one may be somewhat sensitive, and it's politics and favoritism. And there was this sense of this is a strong, because we're a small community, I'll tell you something that came out repeatedly was because we're a small community, everybody knows everybody, and everybody knows everybody's business. That came out several times. And they talked about that some people got preferential treatment because of who they know and who they interacted with. And again, I wouldn't put that down as a theme if it only came up once, but it came up repeatedly in different forms, different formats. Then the next one is about communication. You have one element of your community, your Spanish speakers, who are feeling maybe we aren't communicated with the same as English speakers. And that came out a lot. And then from your staff, there was communication about who's doing what at one school versus another school, this and that. And so that came through over and over again. And what I also heard, and remember, I did interview folks from the district office as well. But what I did hear from those folks who weren't in the district office is they seem to be there and we seem to be here. And it kind of ties in with the communication. How do we come together and work together? And that seems to be the real overarching theme is how do we work together? That's what I'm here. I heard a lot of what people want is we want to do what's right for our students. And we need somebody to help bring us to that place. Then overall leadership and the techniques of a leader and somebody who's has the title, but knows how to empower all of us and makes it so that I want to stay here. You know, right now there's a sense of nobody's really caring about me. What are you going to do to make it so I want to stay? And then honor and appreciate the diversity of the community. And this again speaks to where there's some folks who feeling disenfranchised from the mainstream of what's going on. You know, these reports sometimes reveal things that you kind of go, ooh, ow, that sort of thing. That was question number 3. And your community was very forthright. Got a lot of good feedback. Again, as I said, virtually as well as face-to-face. Let me ask just for number 3, if there's any clarification or anything you'd like me to attempt.
Marcelino said, do you guys have any questions?
Not for me. Thank you.
So let's look at question number 4. What are the characteristics, attributes, and skills the new superintendent should have to be successful in this position? Now you're going to see some repeating of other themes. a relationship builder. That just kept coming out over and over in multiple ways. And again, it's the desire to work for the benefit of your students. And I think that's a positive thing. And so they really want to, how do I connect with others? The next one is that the new superintendent be a strong communicator and collaborator. They don't, what I heard is we don't want somebody to tell us what to do all the time, but somebody who facilitates us communicating with each other and works with us and works with the extended community. You know, bringing resources in and again, providing an environment that is very positive for students. Multiliterate, somebody who can speak, particularly Spanish. They believe, and it ties in with the relationship, that, you know, if somebody can speak my language, I relate to them differently than always going through an interpreter. And again, that came out again strongly in the community input as well. Community relationships, bringing the community outside of the school district together with us. And that is also building relationships with different organizations, what have you, to strengthen what you're doing for students. Once again, leadership skills, and you see the list there: commitment, transparency, ethical, somebody with high integrity, high moral standards, approachable, welcoming, open, and honest. Those kept being repeated over and over again. And then building staff. You know, make me better than I already am. That's what I heard. You have an addendum that I just handed out this morning. This wasn't available, or I didn't have access to it at the time I needed to complete this report. What your Teachers Association did is they did survey their staff essentially with the same questions. And so this addendum you've got in there is from your Teachers Association, their feedback as well. You'll read some of the same things in there. Building staff, and then visibility. The first bullet, I think, says it all. Be visible. Be on campus. Get to know who I am. You know, work with me. And even your students said, you know, somebody who can talk to us, and somebody who's just there as a part of the overall organization. Somebody's visionary. What I heard is a couple of things on this one. And one is, we don't necessarily need to be fixed. We want to build our relationships and that. We don't necessarily need to be fixed, and things need to be different. But what we do need to do is have direction, and somebody who keeps us focused and heading down the path that is best, again, for our students. And then the last one is being an educational leader. Somebody who knows what education's about and knows how to help guide us, uses the staff that you have to help promote a strong educational program. And so, and again, they're not asking the superintendent to do it all. They're hoping the superintendent is able to, through collaboration and communication, facilitate things to happen within the district. That's what I really heard over and over. And again, if you read through some of the teachers' things, you're going to see they complement what's already in this report. The rest of the report are, again, the direct statements from folks that I did interview. In the report, it says I interviewed 70-something folks. The teachers add another 26 responses to that as well. So let me ask on this fourth one, are there questions or need for clarification?
Jose, any questions? Araceli, any questions?
No, thank you.
Caesar, questions? Maria?
No questions, thank you. I have no questions, thank you.
Now, what this report will do for us as we continue our work together in the search for superintendent is it really should help us decide on the types of questions and things we want to find out from the candidates that we ultimately interview. And so I think this is a valuable piece. as I spoke with folks who are interested in applying or who have already applied, they're eager to see this report. And this is now on the McPherson Jacobson website, and I'm going to ask that it get posted on your website also, because this is a public document. And so that, and your candidates, your potential applicants, and your potential applicants are eager to read this report because it shares a lot, and it really, a strong candidate's going to read this and know, and come to you in that interview and be able to talk to, probably already have some goals in mind initially, that this is where we need to go. So again, it was my pleasure meeting with the different elements of your community, met with administrative staff, classified staff, certificated staff, community members, students, et cetera, et cetera.
So did I hear you correct, Daniel, that that's gonna be, those responses to the questions, that's gonna be public document or that's gonna be a document that candidates are gonna be able to read?
Yes to both of those questions, because it does get posted on the McPherson Jacobson website. And I'm going to ask that it gets posted on your website as well.
It can be posted on the agenda itself so that they know where to look for it.
To go on, yes, as an add-on to your agenda for tonight. So it'll be in multiple places. I do know when I was once an applicant, this sort of document was very helpful as to knowing where I was going and what I could anticipate.
Seeing as we have done our staff report, we've asked our questions.
Or just a comment, or is that later?
Yeah, comments later under discussion. This is just questions.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment, and we do have one public comment regarding.
The public comment is from Guillermina Flores. She is asking si ya tienen el comité de padres para el nuevo superintendente. So it says if you already have the parent committee for the new superintendent.
That's going to be the next topic we're going to discuss as to the process for the interview. And so we'll have an answer hopefully soon.
That's the only question, the only public comment we have. So we're going to go ahead and move on to board comments. And the comments need to come into regarding the process that we're going to take. We have 3 processes under review. So we can, the options that we have is a committee representing various stakeholders, interviews each candidate and offers strengths and concerns for each candidate. The committee does not make a recommendation. This is followed by an interview with the board. That's option 1. Option 2 is multiple committees interview the candidate, typically a group representing the community and a group representing the district employees, followed by an interview with the board. Again, the committees offer their perceptions of the candidate, a fit for the Gonzales Unified School District. They do not make any recommendations. And then option 3 is that the Board of Trustees interviews and determines the candidate to serve as the next Gonzales Unified School District Superintendent.
So if I could just underline, and as you read, thank you, President Daniel, if you choose to go with stakeholder groups, they do not make a decision. They do not rank the candidates. They, after they interview, I would be in the room and we list what do they see as the strengths of this candidate and what are their concerns of this candidate. Get that all recorded. And then when it comes time for you to interview, before you start the interviews, we share that with you. This is a decision of the board. This is the one employee that the board really needs to focus on. And so this is a decision of the board.
Jose, comments?
I agree with what Daniel just said. I mean, I don't want to give up the control of we as board members decide who we employ. So I like option 3. I believe that's the one that the board interviews and hire. Ultimately, we're going to ultimately make the final decision. Is that the way you read it, Board President?
We didn't get the last couple of sentences. Can you higher the volume on your computer?
It's as high as it gets.
That was
There you
better.
go.
This time you leaned in.
What was your last statement, Jose? I didn't.
That I agree. Well, for the three options that you gave us, I was gonna suggest for option number 3, which was the board, interviews and then makes the ultimate decision of the hiring. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's an option. So
Yes.
thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
Araceli?
Can you come back to me, Celeste?
Sure. Caesar?
Yeah, I would like to make a comment. Excuse me. I hope I'm not out of order. You asked for the individual ones and I didn't have one individually, but I have one collectively on all of the 4 questions that you asked. And to me, and I know there's a lot of people out there that are concerned about the next superintendent, rightfully so, because obviously this person will be the most consequential person in the district for every employee, every student, and every parent, and also the community. We're that type of community. So this is a very important hire. And I agree with you, it is. What is to me comforting is reading your findings about the concerns and the wishes of what qualities this person should have. To me, these align eye to eye with what we said, not because we're brilliant, because these are common sense things. Every human wants to work under somebody like this. This is not an impossible, one of those dating sites you're never gonna, it's not like that. This is exactly who you want your boss to be. And it's not somebody who doesn't exist. They exist. A lot of them exist. When we take our CSBA classes and we see other superintendents, I'm like, wow, they exist, and they do. And so to me, that just gives me confidence about what we discussed. And then all of a sudden, you go out and interview all these folks and they come up with it very similar wishes, right? And wants. So, thank you for your work and thank you for the community. Thank you for everybody that participated. And we will do our best to find exactly what you said you want, because that is what we want too. Right? So with that, I say option 3.
Araceli, you ready?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to read it all. I'm in agreement with my fellow colleagues here. We did. I think it's important that we hear the feedback of the community, and I think it's important that we try not to overwhelm the process. And with the engagement of the community, I think being able to be trusted with interviewing the candidate, knowing what the community wants, I think option 3 is best.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Ms. Cuevas?
Yes, I also agree that option 3 is best. I do appreciate all the input that the public has given us, especially the students. They're the ones sitting here for 8 hours. So I would love, just continuous input, especially from the students. But yes, option 3 would be.
Short and sweet, but again, thank you to everybody who participated in all of this dialogue. It really, like Caesar said, it kind of validated the things that we already knew. And as a board that we've recognized together as a team, that we recognize this. And I know this team is very capable of bringing these wants to light and in our next superintendent. And I trust that we can do that together. So I think option 3 is the option that I would choose to go for as to get a candidate for the interview process. But this is great. Yeah. This information.
It's a great working document for
It
you
is
as you,
great,
once
yeah.
you do hire your person also.
Definitely. Do we need a roll call vote?
We can't hear.
We're gonna go ahead and do a roll call vote on option 3.
Board President Celeste Daniel.
Option 3, yes.
Yes. Board Clerk Araceli Flores.
Option 3, yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez.
Option 3, yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas.
Option 3, yes.
And Board Member Cesar Ayan.
Option 3, yes.
Unanimous decision number 3.
Thank you,
Like we
Daniel,
have a
for,
decision.
yes,
And
thank you
just to
so
keep
much.
you appraised, the applications close, the filing for those on May 3rd. And then we will be meeting again on May 17th and looking at the candidates who you want to interview and finalizing how we go from there. All
Excellent.
right.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for being here. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you. And it was.
Thank you, Daniel, for
Thank
sticking
you.
around and doing the work.
Thank you.
So we're going to go back up to item 11.5, presentation regarding the process demographer undertakes in drawing potential trustee area boundaries pursuant to the California Voting Rights Act.
Oh, Ken, I was like, who's this guy? Does not look like his picture.
All
Was a
right,
much
there's-
younger
we
man.
have Ken there online. Again, this is Dan McElhenney with Gonzales Smith, and I'm just here to introduce the item and answer any legal questions that might come up during the discussion. And we have Ken Reynolds here from Schoolworks on the line to lead the presentation. So with that, take it away, Ken.
Great, thank you. Now I'm going to share again the same presentation we provided last time. I do have I did a few additional calculations, so I will have a little bit of new information to share with you. But again, this is our second pre-map meeting, again, to get your and the public input as we start on the process of drawing some maps. And of course, we're drawing maps and we're going to be complying with the Federal Voting Rights Act and the California Voting Rights Act, also known as CVRA. And then, of course, even after we finish drawing the maps where we have to create equal population for each trustee area, there will also be an additional process where every time the new census data comes out every 10 years, there will be an opportunity to rebalance the numbers as the population shifts. And of course, our guidelines for creating the trustee areas include looking at topography, geography. Of course, we want compact and cohesive boundaries, and of course, look at all the different communities of interest. Again, our overriding objective, though, is to have a balanced population for each of the trustee areas. And the trustee areas are drawn using census blocks. And so this is our second pre-map meeting within the 30-day window. After this, we will prepare maps for your consideration. And then we'll have to go through a process of three post-map hearings to get, again, your input and the public's input on the maps and find one that will meet all of your criteria. And then after we're done going through our process, the information is submitted to the county committee to also hold a public hearing and approve a map. And so this is the census blocks within the school district. I did want to remind the board and the community that when we create trustee areas, it is for the entire district, including your feeder areas of Chular and Mission. And so I had shared some statistics on the following page here. All right, we have 297 total census blocks that we'll need to divide up. And that's located within 7 different census tracts, but the majority of your district is contained within just 3 census tracts. And so our total population is 11,550. When we divide that among the 5 trustee areas, our goal is to have 2,310 in each of the trustee areas, and we could have a peak deviation of 10% between the largest and smallest trustee areas to be in compliance. And of course, our community demographics are majority Hispanic with 88.6%, And the largest other group was white with 8.3%. And so the new information I wanted to share as we think about, what guidelines we're going to have for drawing some boundaries was looking at, again, your feeder district areas. And so I want to give you the information that in the Chular feeder area, it has 1,912 total population. So out of the 11,550, Chular makes up 1,912, which is, again, smaller than the amount needed for a entire trustee area, which our goal is to have 2,310. And then also in the Mission area, there is a total population of 286. So again, a very small population in the Mission area. I just thought that additional detail would be helpful for you to know. And with that, again, we're ready to hear any questions and receive any input as we are about to embark on drawing some maps.
I have a question.
Jose, any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you for your presentation and update.
Thank you, Jose. Araceli, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for your presentation.
Caesar.
Yes, so the math, if you do the math on Chular and Mission, it's about the 2310 with the 10% deviation. So theoretically, could you have, even though they're not contiguous at all, one's on one side of the district, the other one's on the other, theoretically, could you have, I know mathematically you could, but theoretically, in order to meet the CRVA requirements, could you have a district, a voter district comprised only of Chular and Mission?
No, we would not be able to do that because it would not be a contiguous boundary. So we can't have separate islands when we're creating boundaries.
So then, just to follow up on that, then it would take that. It would suggest that then Chular, if it was, let's say, just all of Chular, all the 1912, then they would have to incorporate a couple of hundred folks from Gonzales.
Correct.
And you could also at the same time break up Chular in 5 different equal shares and then have the difference of those equal shares in Gonzales as well, correct or no?
Yes, that is also a possibility.
Is that more or less likely a possibility than having all of Chular together?
I think it's less likely. Again, trying to keep things compact, I could see Chular being a part of all contained within one trustee area, and I could see it just split between 2, maybe 3, but most likely it'd just be 2.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cuevas?
No comments. Thank you for your presentation.
Caesar had a great question so I appreciate that one. I didn't think about that division. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the information and the update.
All right. Thank you. And sorry I had to step away for a minute, and thanks for letting me still present.
Not at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So next steps will be that we'll work with Ken, and Ken will take the lead on preparing the first round of maps. The feedback portion of it can get a little bit easier to understand once we have the first set of maps, because then you'll see sort of what some of these boundaries might be. But in the meantime, if you do have any particular feedback that comes up in the coming weeks, then I would encourage you to provide that to the superintendent, and then he can provide that to myself and Ken. And Julie Rossiter will still be working on this project. She just was off for this one tonight. But so wanted to just give you that kind of context as well, because we will have the opportunity to adjust these boundaries as the first round of maps come. So next steps will be to agendize, that first map review hearing, and then follow the process from there. Thank you.
Dan. And with that, Dan,
Thank you, Dan.
you are good to go. You've been a trooper. And for those that are listening at home, our legal drives all the way from SLO. So safe travels.
Thank you, Dan. Have a good night. Drive safe.
So we're gonna hop back down to 14.2, public hearing and a comment regarding the Gonzales Unified School District and Gonzales Teachers Association initial proposals regarding certificated bargaining unit reopener negotiations for the 2021-2022 school year. Is there a staff report? No staff report. Any questions from the board? No questions. Public comment?
No public comment.
Okay. We'll go ahead and open up public hearing at 9:35. No public comment. We're gonna go ahead and close public comment. And any board comments or questions? Comments, sorry. Jose, comments?
No, no comments at this time. Thank you.
Araceli?
None, thank you.
Caesar?
No, thank you.
No comment, thank you.
So can I get a motion to approve 14.2?
So move, Araceli.
Second, Cuevas.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're at 14.2. What's an action item? Oh, but it's action item. It's on as an action item. It's directed to. Well, the motion passed. So go ahead and move on to 14.3. Adoption of the Gonzales Unified School District's initial proposal to the Gonzales Teachers Association regarding certificated bargaining unit reopener negotiations for the 2021-2022 school year. Staff report.
Only that you've seen Sunshine Agreement, correct?
We can't hear nothing.
My apologies. Only that you've seen the Sunshine Agreement and that we're asking that you approve it. Sunshine proposal, excuse me.
It's under executive items. If you look at your board docs, yeah.
Any public comment? No public comment. Board comments?
Nope.
Can I get a motion?
So move.
So move,
Lopez.
Araceli.
Move,
Second, Mr. Lopez.
moved by Ms. Flores, second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 14.4, approval of the California Interscholastic Federation school representatives to leagues for the 2022-23 school year. Board report.
None.
Questions of the board? Jose or Araceli, any questions?
No.
Any board comments?
None.
Get public comment. Is there any public comment? No public comment. Can I get a motion?
Move Cuevas.
Moved by Ms. Cuevas.
Second,
Second by
Araceli.
Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. 14.5, approval to ratify the listed on attachment contracts entered into by the superintendent on behalf of the district as per board policy 3312 as of April 19th, 2022. Board report.
None. We'll take any questions if you have any.
Questions, Araceli or Jose?
None.
Any questions here? No questions. Public comments? Can I get a motion to approve 14.5?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 14.6, approval of overnight beyond the 100-mile limit travel request for the Gonzales High School senior graduation celebration at Disneyland, June 4th through 5th, 2022. Board report.
No, we're just seeking your approval for the trip.
Questions, Araceli or Jose?
Can we go?
Any Any public comment? Can I get a motion to approve 14.6?
So move, Araceli.
Second,
Moved
by
by
Ms.
Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. 14.7, approval of the overnight beyond the 100-mile limit, a travel request for the Gonzales High School migrant students to attend a 2.5-week BioJam STEAM Academy, June 20th through July 8th. Staff report?
Not only to say that what an exciting opportunity for our students.
Really?
Any questions from the board? Araceli or Jose?
Oh, comment is question, not comment. Sorry, it's late over here. Have fun.
Questions from the board here? No? Any public comment? None. No public comment. Seen as any other comments here?
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Enjoy 2.5 weeks.
Wow.
More
No.
summer.
Amazing
Fun.
experience. Can I get a motion to approve 14.7?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second Cuevas.
second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. 14.8, adoption of resolution number 2021-22-19, authorizing a California School Healthy Air, Plumbing and Efficiency CalShape program. Staff report.
This is the grant that James mentioned during the capital projects presentation.
Any questions, Araceli or Jose?
None.
Questions from the board here? None? Any public comment?
None. But we need.
Because this is a resolution, it's going to require a roll call vote.
Board President Celeste Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez,
Yes, yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas,
Yes.
Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0.
Motion passes. 14.9, approval to construct 2 gender-neutral restrooms, one at Gonzales High School and one at Fairview Middle School to comply with the CDE guidelines. Staff report.
None, just to indicate that these 2 items are on because of all the capital projects that were listed. Those are the 2 that do not have board approval to go forward.
Thank you. Questions, Araceli or Jose?
None.
Questions from the board here? None? Public comment?
None.
Any comments, Jose?
Thank you for
Araceli?
the work. Thank you for the work.
Any comments here?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm glad to see more bathrooms. Of course, these are, gender neutral, but also used actually by all, right? Anybody, when they need to go to the restroom, these will be available. So these are 2 more options that they'll have. I'm glad that that's going to happen at our schools.
Can I get a motion to approve 14.9? Moved by Ms. Cuevas,
Second.
second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. 14.10, approval for modification of classrooms at La Gloria Elementary for the addition of new TK classrooms to comply with the CDE standards. A staff report.
No, same message as the last one.
Any questions, Jose Araceli?
None.
Questions from the board present? No? Any public comment?
None.
Any comments from the board?
Nope.
Can I get a motion to approve 14.10?
So move, Araceli.
Second by Ms. Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 15, governing board, governance team comments. Jose, do you want to go first?
Just thank you to our superintendent and all the team for all the work that you went into putting into this board agenda. I am sorry, it's almost 1 a.m. here. And I'm like trying to stay awake. So, but once we get back, we'll give you a report of this good stuff we've been learning. And today we had a wonderful site of the U.S. Department of Education. We met the Deputy Secretary of Education, who was a former superintendent in the San Diego Unified School District. So a lot of good stuff that we're learning and networking. So it's thank you for this opportunity to let us be here.
Ms. Flores? I mimic everything Jose said, but I do want to thank Dr. Drake for providing me with the info regarding the sped budget, as that is something that we're going to be lobbying our congressman tomorrow. And so thank you, Dr. Drake, for giving me that information today. And yeah, when we get back, we'll give you guys a report, but it's one and our brains are barely on. So thank you.
Dr. Drake said, please tell him to send us a lot of money.
Yes, I'll work my magic.
Caesar?
Yeah, I'm just I want to thank McPherson and Jacobson. And I think Marvin said that one of the more consequential decisions, I believe, is choosing a superintendent, that some board members never get to do that ever. And so not only is that obviously important, but really it's just the potential of having, someone with the needs that our public has shown, our teachers have shown, our staff, or parent, the board has shown. And I'm just really excited about, I saw in the report potential, and I'm very excited about that potential of getting that right person in there, and making all of our lives easier, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what we want, right? And so because if all our lives are easier, guess who benefits? Our kids, right? It's that simple. So I'm just really excited about that. And also, like with this whole redistricting and things like that, just right now, if you are a United States citizen, I'm not gonna, get tired of saying this. If you're a United States citizen living in those 64 square miles that this district serves, you right now can register to vote. Right now, not tomorrow, not yesterday, right now, you can. There's 5 seats here, 3 seats are coming up this session, this time, and then 2 seats are coming up next time. Whether we have redistricting or not redistricting, it doesn't matter. Every couple of years, seats will come up. Every couple of years, you will get an opportunity to run, and you do get to make consequential decisions. I mean, today we decided on the stadium scoreboard, and I know maybe we spent too much time on it, but that's consequential. That's going to be for years, for years and years and years, and that's actually kind of neat. So amongst the more fun things that we get to do. So anyway, run is what I say, right? And help us help the district. Yeah.
Thank you, Caesar. Maria? Totally echoing what that here is saying, just register to vote, take a shot, come sit here with us, whoever's here. It's a lot of work, but it's definitely, it's impactful. So take a shot here, guys. And then also I do want to thank the stakeholders for sharing input to McPherson and Jacobson. They're definitely doing a lot of work, and I wish more would have gone to the meeting they had at the gym at Fairview. It was set up really nicely for the community to be there, and it would have been nice to we've had a lot of community members be very vocal on what they would like to see from us, and I wish I would have seen them out there. Hopefully we have more opportunities for you guys to be there. But yeah, it was a nice, it was just nice to hear our stakeholders and their concerns, and students who were just so well spoken. So I want to thank the stakeholders for doing that. And also in regards to sports, I've been trying to show up to a lot of the sports games. Softball showed up for a little bit. Track today, they had their senior night. Kids are really making us proud. Fairview, I really want to give a shout out to Mr. Malagon and I can't remember our interim VP, but they were both out there. It was a female. Miss Magana, thank you very much. Yes, they were both out there making sure that our kids were behaving, but we've never had issues with our students' behavior. And I'm super proud of them. They've faced some challenges, especially with our, King City. It was difficult, but they stood their ground and they definitely showed it on the field. So they're really respectful, and it goes to show that we have amazing parents here raising our kids. So just stay involved and thank you guys for everything. Good night.
Um, uh, just to reiterate, to all of our administrative staff that are working at our sites, I had the privilege of working at both Fairview and the high school. I did long-term subbing at La Gloria when I first got my credential. The office staff really makes these schools run. So we have some amazing administrative assistants. I get to work with an awesome one all the time. So at the DO, we have Monica, and at the sites, we have amazing staff as well. So just thank you and a lot of them have been here for quite some time. So I know Lupa's been there, and I know Ms. Jimenez has been there. They've all the staffs that have been there for quite some time. So I appreciate all you do to support our administration, and to our teachers as well. Since we won't be back in session before Day of the Teacher on the 3rd, to all the teachers, as a teacher myself, I appreciate everything that you do. So kudos to all of our teachers that are here working with our kids day in and day out. My next update for ROP, I think, is I have a meeting coming up, so I'll be able to report back on that soon. But that's it for my comments. 15.2, future agenda items. Jose, future agenda item requests. You fell asleep. And kudos to our 2 board members who are in Washington and staying up late. Thank you for getting all that extra knowledge that you're going to bring back and share. And thank you for losing your sleep. I know you have class tomorrow, so thank you for being
7:30.
Oh, okay. Any requests for agenda items?
You know, and I know that this is not something that can happen anytime soon, but I'd love to hear from our parent liaison on what she has been seeing the needs of our students and our families that she's been working with. And so if somehow she can come and just give a report of the work she's been doing, and what she sees the needs are. I think that's really important. That's it.
Okay. Caesar, any requests?
Yeah, I'm reading articles about some neighboring districts being able to obtain the waiver for the 8:30 start time, Carmel Unified, Hollister. And I would like, I guess, for us to make double and triple sure that in fact we cannot achieve that waiver. And because of, obviously we have to make up the minutes, the instructional minutes for the next 2 years at least. So, yeah.
So I am looking forward to bringing you an update.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
I've read the same articles.
And they were already forwarded to legal as well.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Maria?
Thank you.
No, I think our requests are coming up on the next one that I had seen. Item 15.3, future meeting dates. We have May 5th, May 10th. May 5th is a special meeting, May 10th is our regular, it's the 17th. So everything is all there. Moving on to item 16, adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ayon, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Thank you, Marvin, for all your work.